Hi, Henry.
Hi, everybody.
How are you feeling?
Oh, a little under the weather, but I'll tough it out. I'm good.
And good to see you, Rep. G and Rep. Anderson and saw Senator Hoxell. Hey, why all this feedback here? Oh, I've got it. I'm sorry, I've got to use this one. Okay. Good morning, all, and to all those who are in the room, yes, kudos for your valor. But we should say that neither sleet nor salt nor rain shall stop the work of the Commerce Committee. And so thanks for being with us. And we are now convened this Tuesday, March 14th, for final action on the agenda as you see today. Mr. Co-Chair, comments?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I want to thank everyone who's managed to brave the elements and attended, and thank you who are in the room remotely. I think we've gotten some good work accomplished this year. We've got one or two pieces of innovative work in front of us that I'm very happy with, and I look forward to bringing these out.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my ranking member is a little bit under the weather, but Henry, I don't know if you have comments.
I will pass, but thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. And Representative Harrison, you are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's wonderful to see all the people who came out today in this bad weather, and I welcome the people who are on Zoom. This is our final meeting, and I think we did get a lot of good things accomplished. So time to move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. And so that brings us to item 3 on today's agenda. These are bills to be considered for final action. You will note that we have 18 bills. And the first one before us is a very familiar one. It is SB 849, an act concerning the Learn Here, Live Here program, which, as you know, exists in statute on a permissive basis. This would make it a mandatory program. There are a few changes to update the parameters of the program, which would increase the cap for the aggregate amount of the tax payments to be accrued and segregated to from 1 million to 5 million. It also, I think this is a very important change, extends the program eligibility not just to the private and public post-secondary institutions, but now to high schools, to those who don't go on to higher education, but maybe go into occupational trade or the like. And lastly, the eligibility is also identified here for those who are making 75,000 or less. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. We are open for discussion.
Madam Chair.
I think without opposition, we could put this on a consent calendar, and I guess I make a motion to start a consent calendar.
Okay, we will now open a consent calendar, first item being SB 849. Item number 2 is SB 950. This is an act concerning manufacturing workforce shortages and training. This is a JF to the floor, and this is a placeholder should the committee need to have that flexibility past our final action date. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
And a second. Having moved and seconded, is there discussion? Yes, Representative Vale, I have you on the list.
Surprise, surprise. Obviously, this is a placeholder bill. You alluded to that earlier. I've never been someone who supports placeholder bills. I think we have ample time during our process to hear the public testimony and have people come in and testify and tell us about their ideas. And there's nothing that prevents us to working off session too, to come in with ideas, and bring, meaningful ideas forward and giving people an opportunity to come up and testify on them. When we do these bills, and I know there's several of them, so I'm just going to do this one time, but that we give we do, I feel personally that we do an injustice to the public by not giving them an opportunity to testify on what we may put into this bill later on. So for that reason, I'll be opposing it, and thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Representative Vale. Are there further comments? And if I miss anybody, just kind of throw the flag up. Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to kindly call the roll.
Calling roll for SB 950, an act concerning manufacturing workforce shortages and training. Senator Hartley,
In the affirmative.
Meskers,
In the affirmative.
Rahman,
Senator Rahman vote yes.
Fazino,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Harrison,
Yes.
Anderson,
Rep. Anderson votes yes.
Anaskovic,
Yes.
Borer,
Representative Borer votes yes.
Cheeseman, Representative Cheeseman, Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Figueroa, Figueroa, Garabay,
Garabay votes yes.
G,
Representative G votes yes.
Hockadell,
Senator Hockadell votes yes.
Leeper,
Leeper votes yes.
McGorty,
Representative McGorty votes no.
Miller,
Senator Miller votes yes.
Needleman, Senator Needleman, Poulos,
Rep. Poulos votes yes.
Rochelle, Representative Rochelle, Senator Somers, Senator Summers, Vale,
No.
and Wood. Representative Wood. Okay,
And we will be keeping the votes opened as people are in a lot of different meetings, virtually and remote and in person. That brings us to item number 3, which is SB 951. This is an act concerning the Department of Economic Community Development and Workforce Development Issues. This is a JFS to the floor. And this is the hard work of Representative Meskers, and I will defer to you, sir, for an explanation. This is reciprocity.
So thank you very much. So this bill is the bill on establishing a study task force for reciprocity in the medical profession particularly. And it's to encourage the development of standards for either reciprocity in the multi-state area or the joining of compacts for licensing. Essentially, in the current environment, we're suffering from a fair amount of work shortages, particularly in the nursing professions, the medical professions, psychological, psychiatry. And it's encouraging DECD and in conjunction with us to engage in a study and come back with recommendations regarding either the signing of compacts, which exist in multi-state areas for the licensing of professionals, and or the reciprocity to kind of encourage workforce development in this state. Anecdotally, there are people who are currently living in our bordering communities or in our communities that I would like to see them be able to get licensed to operate within our state. That would give them the opportunity to reside and work in our state and pay taxes in our state versus another state. So it's encouraging there, and it's also be able to shorten the time frame for people to be able to operate in our state.
Thank you.
Representative Vale.
Representative, Miskers, questions, Representative Vale.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and maybe this would be directed at Chairman Meskers. So when this bill was put forward, I think it was a placeholder bill, if I am correct. Did anyone testify on what you just elaborated to? Were there any on what this bill has become, this study group? And that's where again, where my concerns on these type of bills come in, that I actually support the language on this. I think it's very well done. But just because I support something, I can't be a hypocrite. And I don't, if the process isn't followed properly. So if anyone did testify on this, in this language particularly through you or to you?
No, you would be accurate on that, which is, and I appreciate the comments. I sit on insurance. I sit on a number of committees. The bill I expected to get raised in some of the committees did not come out. And so I'm encouraging it from the commercial point of view that we begin to look and study on it. So because it's a study that'll leave us with opportunity for action, I thought it was within our purview at least to encourage it. I recognize that we didn't have public hearings, but I think conceptually this one for commerce fits within our wheelhouse. I would also ask then for your patience as my first time in chair, but I accept the criticism. So I don't mind the observation at all.
All right, and it certainly, I didn't mean it to be criticism. But in just because I agree with what's being put in, I need to be consistent with my voting, and so I will be opposed to this. And
I expect the integrity of your rationale. I have no argument, and it's not a heartfelt taken criticism. I understand the logic, so I'm under advisement. I'll definitely work on it going forward.
thank you.
Thank you, Representative Vale. Are there further comments or questions?
Yes.
Seeing none,
Madam Chair?
yes. Oh,
Yeah, very quickly. I agree with the concept regarding this, the language in this bill. I think it's absolutely necessary that we do look at these reciprocity agreements that are surrounding, or other states that are surrounding us and what they have, and these compacts. And I totally understand Representative Vale's comments as well. It would have been, had we known and we used this language in a public hearing format, I think we would have got a lot of answers pretty quickly. I'm going to vote no, just so I can flag it, so I have this discussion with our caucus. But I'm pretty sure that this the language here is really needed, and well, the bill I think is actually needed. So I just want to put in my 2 cents on this.
thank you, Representative Martin. Further comments or discussions? And seeing no further hands raised, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Senate Bill 951, an act concerning the Department of Economic and Community Development and Workforce Development Issues. LCO number 5972.
I am derelict to having to ask for a motion. We will just finish our discussion. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Representative Garvey, and a second.
So moved.
Okay, moved and seconded, and seeing no further discussion, now you may proceed.
Okay, LCO number 5972. Hartley,
In the affirmative.
Meskers,
In the affirmative.
Rahman,
Senator Rahman vote yes.
Pazino,
Yes.
Martin,
No.
Harrison,
No.
Anderson,
Anderson votes no.
Aniskovich,
No.
Borer,
Representative Borer votes yes.
Cheeseman, Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Figueroa, abstain. You would need to turn on your mic to vote to get it on the record.
Thank you. Not voting at this time.
Can you pull it closer to you so people can hear?
Can you hear me now?
It's on.
Okay, non-voting at this time.
Okay. Garabay,
Garabay votes yes.
G. Representative G. Hockadell,
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Leeper,
Representative Leeper votes yes.
McGorty,
Representative McGorty votes no.
Senator Miller,
Senator Miller votes yes.
Needleman. Needleman. Poulos,
Rep. Poulos votes yes.
Rochelle. Representative Rochelle. Senator Summers. Senator Summers. Vale,
No.
Wood. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will proceed now to item 4 on our agenda. This is Senate Bill 1090, an act addressing the recreational workforce shortages. This is a JFS to the floor. We heard testimony actually from the YMCA's about the intense workforce shortage in the area of lifeguards and camp counselors. Parenthetically, I will comment that in my own town, we had to have the director of the YMCA actually serve as a lifeguard in order to be able to run the summer camp lifeguard program. This will allow such entities to have staff members at youth camp or lifeguards if they are age 15 and older, with a supervision of at least an 18-year-old. It puts them in parity in all candor with municipalities, which now have that ability for their summer work recreation programs. And during our caucus, very important point was brought up with regard to the need for requiring working papers, and that is in the bill, Representative Boer. So because that is right now part of the process for those working with municipalities, that they have to get working papers. And so this will be similar under this provision for YMCA's. With any other, yes, Representative Boer, you have your hand up.
Oh, I'll wait for discussion. I was just put my hand up ahead of time.
Yeah, okay. All right. So is there a motion
So moved.
and a second?
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. We're on to discussion, and Rep. Boer, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for making that point. I thought I understood from the testimony that it's a little disjointed in the state's approach around working papers, and that there was, or which jobs are allowable. It sounded to me like our different agencies have different rules around that. So, you know, I'm going to vote for this out of committee because it aligns with our municipalities and it helps to provide employment to our youth with the proper supervision. But I also would like to see us require that we as a state get our arms around the issue around youth employment, because it does seem like it's very confusing. And I thought I understood it that the municipalities had different rules around working papers. So when I'm reading this, I just want to make sure I'm clear. So is this saying that whether it's a municipality or a youth camp, working papers will be required from the superintendent or the agency? applicable agency?
Representative Borer, that apparently is a standard practice right now for those municipalities that run lifeguard summer work recreation programs. And so we are coming under that umbrella with this extension for 15-year-olds.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just want to, again, we want to provide employment opportunities for our youth. We just want to make sure that there's, a framework around it that's consistent from city to city. So thank you for those answers, Madam Chairwoman.
And thank you. Further discussion from members.
Without
Representative Harrison.
objection, I think we can put this on a consent calendar.
So noted. Item 1090 will be added to our consent calendar. Moving on to House Bill 6595. This is an act concerning the Department of Economic and Community Development and Arts, Culture, and Tourism issues. This is a JFS to the floor. And this also is the hard work of Representative Meskers to follow on from a working group that on historic preservation that has issued their reports. Sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So here you have before you what I think is rational compromise legislation, which we held in consultation with DECD on the request of the Historic Preservation Study Group. And it calls for a $50,000 grant to DECD to allow them to develop and host or develop the toolkits for the website for historic preservation to be hosted by Historic Preservation in Connecticut. The idea there being that we begin to gather the tools necessary for the grant writing, both at the state and federal level. The idea being that we don't have a logical and a constructive toolkit built for those engaged in historic preservation. There was a long-term study about that. The second part of the bill, which we've made subject to obtaining from federal grants, is to consider and to study and set up the potential for a revolving loan fund. So in terms of that, although it's not fundamental to the group or to the bill at this point, the idea there therefore being we would have to establish the criteria, build the framework, and figure out if it was feasible to do a revolving loan fund. So that study is subject to the obtaining of a federal grant. So the current bill calls for $50,000 to establish the historic website. This is to create, as I said, the website for historic preservation. I think the work of the study group was fundamental and I think deserves a reward in this way. And I'm open for any.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
And thank you, Representative Harrison. And a second. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Discussion. Now that we've had that detailed explanation, discussion, looking for any folks who have hands raised.
I
Yes,
think without
Representative.
objection, we can put this on a consent calendar.
So moved. Item 6595 for consent. Moving on to item 6 on our calendar. This is House Bill 6597. This is an act concerning the Department of Economic and Community Development and Infrastructure Improvements. This is a JFS to the floor. This is in response to the testimony that we have received on multiple times and over the years regarding the state's brownfield remediation and revitalization program, which continually is oversubscribed to and has waiting lists for municipalities trying to remediate and bring back shuttered, blighted land to the tax rolls. This will go to the floor, but then on to finance. It asks for an increase in the authorization on the brownfield remediations program. which currently is at 25 million. The bill asks for it to go to 35 million. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Is there a second? Having been moved and seconded, discussion. Representative Harrison.
Without objection, I think we can put this on consent.
Seeing no objection, Madam, item 6597 will be moved to the consent calendar. Brings us to item number 7, which is House Bills, which is HB 6661. This is an act protecting workers on state-funded projects. This is a JFS to the floor. This is a governor's bill, folks, and what it essentially does is codify what the financial assistance agreements calls for through grants, loans, and the like through the Department of Economic and Community Development. Basically saying that any entity that fails to comply with a state, federal law or regulation, rules, or even executive order would be subject to repayment of that assistance or possibly liquidated damages. We had a lot of discussion about this, and being the Commerce Committee, we are obviously concerned about protecting workers and also promoting economic development. And we don't think that one should be in conflict with the other. There is substitute language here, which helps to further clarify that. We have included in there that a recipient would have to willfully fail to comply with state, federal regulation. We talked about the example of a manufacturer whose OSHA sign may have fallen or maybe not have been posted and is also a recipient of the MIF, the Manufacturing Innovation Fund. Would they then, because of the error of a posting of an OSHA notice, be subject to losing their manufacturing vouchers? We didn't want that to happen if in fact it was some kind of a mistake and was not willful. So the word willful, and by the way, this has been vetted with the business CBIA and other business entities that are now in support of this. With that explanation, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
And is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Moved and seconded. Discussion. Yes, Senator Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Thank you, Madam Chair. So does this apply to municipalities specifically or the business sector solely? I'm not sure if it's only for the business community.
Yes, this is for any financial assistance, grants, loans, loan guarantees that are issued through Department of Economic and Community Development. So that would be business applicants.
So is there an example you could provide that, is this occurring quite often?
I cannot speak to the instances of it, but we spent a lot of time talking to the business association to make sure that there were no unintended consequences. And that's why you have the substitute language, which calls for a willful failure to comply. Right now, Representative Martin, the requirements are embedded and part of the financial assistance agreements that any entity who is a recipient signs and agrees to. This codifies that.
So this is more of a technicality, a technical fix to the statutes that if they're in the contracts, then what you're saying is we're simply codifying what's in the contracts.
Right. I wouldn't call it technical. I would call it a codification of existing procedure. right now.
Thank you, Madam.
Madam Chair, if I may, I think Senator Martin, yeah, what we're putting in statute so that would, would codify it in a way that every contract that's entered into would have to be in agreement with the statute. So it would ease the concern if anything wouldn't be left out, right? Or they'd
Thank
have
you.
to make an exception in the contract.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further discussion questions? Representative Forrest, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I just want to follow up on what Senator Martin said. Do you think it's clear in this language that this doesn't apply to municipalities?
I do.
You do? Okay. I just want to make sure there's no room for misinterpretation because a municipality might fail, right, that receives funds from the Department of Economic Development, fail to comply as a result of maybe an elected official, and then the taxpayers are the ones who would have to pay that money back rather than holding the elected official responsible for mismanagement. So I just want to make sure everybody is in agreement that this does not apply to municipalities.
And if we want to double check, we will refer to our legal advisor. Attorney Deegan, will you opine on this, sir?
I would just say that there is not currently explicit language, I guess, addressing municipalities in the bill.
So will it be left open to interpretation?
I think, I mean, potentially, if a municipality was a recipient of financial assistance, this potentially could apply to them. There could be specific language added to it to exclude them if necessary, but there's not anything in there currently setting that forth, to my knowledge.
And so once again, this is by oversight of the Department of Economic and Community Development. And truth be known, I'm unaware of any such instances. But if we wanted to be further, provide further clarification, we certainly could add that in. Attorney Deegan, is there any clear language right now, or would you suggest we wait and clean this up on the floor?
If the committee was saying it for a moment, I could kind of check with my OLR counterpart here if I'm getting this correct, being accurate.
We will take a moment at ease.
Madam Chair, I think we can fix this on the floor.
I'm fine with that.
I'm sorry, Rep. Moore?
I was just saying, I'm fine with that as well.
Yeah,
So
I-
we will come back to order, members. And thank you for this very insightful conversation. Now, our LCO is advising that perhaps we label this as a work in progress, knowing that we want to weigh in with, for example, the Department of Economic and Community Development to get their input on this so that we clean it up properly the first time, as opposed to having to go back a second time. So if members are comfortable with that, I would.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
Yes, yes.
I just want to say for the record, and maybe through you to Representative Moore, you know, I would think that municipalities would be included in this language to be responsible, no different than any business entity. I guess if it was for one incident and one project, and that they did something that didn't meet the regulations or state or federal law pertaining to that one project, I think they should be held responsible. I don't think they should be responsible for any contract that or funding that they may have gotten from DECD. But I don't think municipalities should be set any differently to comply to a state or federal law or any regulation or executive order. I think they should be held accountable just like the business community.
Thank you, Representative Martin. Are there further comments, discussion on this? Yes, Representative Vale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I always vote on a bill the way it's presented in front of me. If it gets better, I will be voting no on this because I would like to see that change and certainly would hold, you know, I'll be open to if we make that change, then maybe voting on it on the House floor if it comes before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Vale. Further comments from members? As I have noted, we want to continue to vet this, the points that were raised in this discussion. Initially, we had put the word in there willfully so that we were specific about compliance that non-compliance that was intentional. So the discussion with regard to municipalities who do receive and are recipients of state monies, who also have to comply with financial assistance agreements, which include this information in them. Right now, currently, it would also, as it stands, apply to any willful act that was not in compliance. So if there is no further discussion, I will label this as a work in progress with regard to these comments, and we'll, I'm losing track. Did we move this already? No, we did. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so having been moved and seconded, and having completed our discussion, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
House Bill number 6661, LCO number 5974, an act protecting workers on state-funded projects. Hartley,
In the affirmative.
Meskers,
In the affirmative.
Rahman,
Senator Ramanbodi, yes.
Pazino,
Yes.
Martin, Senator Martin,
Sorry, I'm going to say no, so we can flag, or I can flag for my caucus so that everybody's clear, that this language will be clear, specifically for what the, what we are going to be, I guess, not demanding, but making sure that the businesses and municipalities are, know their obligation here. So, thank you. No.
Harrison,
No.
Anderson,
Representative Anderson votes no.
Anaskevich,
No.
Borer,
Representative Borer votes yes.
Cheeseman, Representative Cheeseman, Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Figueroa,
Representative Figueroa will be voting yes, with the understanding that there could potentially be a cleanup in the language which will be included in municipalities. Thank you.
Garabay,
Garabay, yes.
G,
Representative G votes yes.
Hockadell,
Senator Hockendahl votes yes.
Leeper,
Representative Leeper votes yes.
McGorty,
Representative McGorty votes no.
Miller, Senator Miller, Needleman, Senator Needleman, Poulos,
Yes.
Rochelle,
Representative Rochelle votes yes.
Senator Summers,
Senator Summers passes.
Vale,
No.
Wood,
It's Senator Summers, she passed and does.
Heather Summers will vote no to flag this bill.
Thank you, Senator. And thank you, Madam Clerk. That brings us on to item number 8 on our agenda. This is House Bill 6754. This is an act concerning incentives to increase employment of individuals with intellectual disability. This is a JF to the floor, a body of work by a number of our colleagues. And I'll ask Senator Representative Muskers to summarize.
Thank you for the promotion almost, I guess. We have been the tail end of an exercise that's going on in the House of Representatives, principally, although I think it's collegial with the Senate, for dealing with the issues of intellectual disabilities in the community. So there are comprehensive bills flowing through the Assembly related to housing, workforce, training, group homes, et cetera. Our portion of the bill, as I'm viewing it as in its component, is a tax credit for employees who hire individuals with intellectual disabilities, a state contracting price preference for certain businesses employing individuals with intellectual disabilities, and a competitive grant program for nonprofit organizations employing individuals with intellectual disabilities. It's trying to bring forward the issues outstanding to be more inclusive in our society for people with those disabilities. I have to say it's a work in progress. I think the bill itself is well thought out, or our component of the bill. The entire bill, I think, will bring forth, my suspicion, working and being on bonding, revenue, and finance, will bring forth a bill that may be difficult in its entirety to bring forth in one fell swoop. But I'm thinking that this will start the conversation to begin to bring into the sunlight and create opportunity for our community. So I'm in strong support of the bill because you listen to both sides of the aisle and the concerns and the experience they have in terms of both work and valuing people's contribution and in a way of providing them with a sense of pride and opportunity. And I think this moves us forward in that direction. So.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. With that explanation, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved and a second, Representative Garvey. Thank you, and Representative Harrison for the motion. Is there discussion? Seeing no hands or, yes, Representative Harrison.
Without objection, I recommend we put this on a consent calendar.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. That brings us to item 9 on today's agenda. This is House Bill 6756. This is an act concerning the State Historic Preservation Officer. This is a WIP. This is a work in progress. We had extensive testimony about concerns from municipalities trying to do renovations and not being able to proceed with those in a reasonable way. And so this, the leadership of this committee is in conversation, working to find equilibrium. We are all dedicated to the preservation and being stewards of our historic legacy, which is very rich and robust in the state of Connecticut. The interest is to try to have some balance with respect to economic development and renovation. So with that explanation, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Senator Martin. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Harrison. Discussion. Is there discussion? Yes, Representative Meskers.
I want to be clear on intent. I sit in a part of the state that is the beneficiary of good economic development. And that's represented by the tax funds I send to the Capitol. That money is dedicated to historic preservation, dedicated to the development of the state in many formats. I'm not looking to bulldoze historic buildings, but I need the balance in historic preservation with the repurposing of some of our historic areas. We have a number of distressed communities as a result of an incredibly glorious financial industrial past. Those buildings need to be repurposed. They need to be accommodated. They need to be historically restored in a repurposed format. And that means in absolute terms, I can't afford to spend $20 million on a historic preservation of a building I'm trying to restore and bring back either to economic development or bringing back for housing, et cetera. So the balance has to be met between the goals of historic preservation and economic development. And right now, I think the dialogue is a long way away from where it needs to be. And that's why this is a work in progress, because it's the establishment of our interest in getting economic development and historic preservation in the right place. I would caution my membership or the audience, the public audience. I am not looking to fire a cannon across the board of a pilot's, ship captain's house. I am talking about restoration of productive properties in the state to their economic vitality. So I respect historic preservation. I respect the historical nature of the state, but we have to strike the right balance. And in my humble opinion, we are way out of balance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Meskers. Are there further comments? Yes, Representative Garvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Chairman Metzgers for his comments and for clarifying those issues. I will vote to JF this out of committee, but I do have some concerns as it's written. I worry about giving the final decision to someone who may not have any experience whatsoever in historic preservation, as it's not clarified that way. But again, I will vote for this out, and I hope that we can some language could be added. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Garvey. There, yes, work to be done here. That is the way you see it, is not the way it will be. And Senator Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Metzger. You're absolutely correct regarding the looking at these historic homes. There's a balance that needs to be found regarding the repurposing and the cost of that. And I know you didn't use the word cost, but that's what it comes down to. Being a contractor and having grown up in a contracting field, we did a historic home. We actually had to take it over for someone who's a bond, or they just weren't finishing the project, and we had to go in and finish the project. But there's a practical side of some of this that I think it escapes those that want to make sure down to every single detail that address what it looked like, 100 or 200 years ago. And then with today's building standards that include energy efficiency and more, I think that it's important that we try to find that balance. I just would like to add, in part of our discussion, I see that this only applies to municipalities. There are individuals out there who would want to business entities that are not municipal, but who would like to restore some but historic homes. So I think we need to include into this language when we do have these discussions.
Thank you, Senator Martin. Appreciate your comments and work on this. Further comments from members? Not seeing any. Yes, Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Without objection, I recommend we put this on a consent calendar.
Seeing no objection, thank you very much, Representative Harrison. This will be put on our consent calendar. Proceeding to item number 10, this is House Bill 6755, an act establishing an advanced manufacturing education center advisory group. This is a JFS to the floor. This, you might recall testimony around a very noted workforce program known as FAME, which is employed in a number of states and had been embraced, for example, by one manufacturer, Toyota. It is the FAME stands for the Federation of Advanced Manufacturing Education. The bill before us, which is a substitute, will put an advisory group together to work on standing up such a model here in the state of Connecticut, working in relationship with an advanced manufacturing technology center, which we have at our regional technical colleges in the state, specifically to build that bench in the pipeline that in demand jobs, which are escalating with regard to technology. This committee just finished a body of work on I-4.0 manufacturing, and this program is one such approach to helping us continue to build that pipeline and to keep our manufacturers as our manufacturing as an epicenter here in the United States, as we are distinguished for such a skilled workforce. But the competition is fierce and it continues to escalate. So this will establish public-private relationships to bring in equipment and do the training, establish these apprenticeship programs. Also focusing on this model is what's called FIRST. It's robotics first, which helps to build the bench of middle school and high school students, bringing them into this sector of our economy. We long have heard about the fact that manufacturing is always overlooked because, quite frankly, it's misunderstood. People, still have those dated perceptions of manufacturing as being old and dirty and not paying, and when in fact it is entirely different. It is algebraic based. The career ladders are amazing, the job opportunities, and most importantly, this state of Connecticut needs to continue to build that bench because we are such strong manufacturers. So that is the advisory group. Having that explanation, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Representative Poulos. And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Rochelle and whoever else out there. Is there discussion? Yes, Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is my first session on the as Chair of Commerce. And in that line, I was out to visit Senator Martin's district and a metal finishing entity in Bristol, if I'm not mistaken. And I've been out with my good chair to one of our advanced manufacturing centers. So we need to move forward. I think the first step is we need to make the further assessment and the study of where we're going. At some point, there'll be a call from us as chairs. I might be exceeding my authority or dragging my co-chair into it. I think there'll be a call for chairs and ranking members, potentially for some capital, and not for operating procedures, but for capital to get training centers in private-public partnerships and training centers to move things forward. The state needs to grow. The manufacturing sector needs to provide some support, and there's a big hole in that area. And it's a huge opportunity for economic development, particularly of workforce that gets them from high school levels through training programs into jobs that pay more than a living wage. And the opportunity space is huge. And I couldn't be more proud of what I've seen, and at some point concerned about what we need to do. So I'm going to show you all where I'm going over time. And I think this is the phenomenal state. And I have to thank my my co-chair, Senator Hartley, for opening my eyes and dragging me around the block once or twice. I think there's a lot to be done here. So I encourage us all to support this bill.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. Representative Poulos.
Yes, I just wanted to share as a high school teacher in a school where we have a great robotics program in Reading. As a parent of a middle schooler who started robotics with Legos in elementary school and is now moving up and being recruited by older kids in the high school saying, come up to the high school and watch what we do. And as a very proud resident of Southington, where Team Robotics First, Team 195, has competed in world championship competitions across our country and with other kids from different countries. I have seen the robotics in action. I've seen kids go, they spend nights till 1 o'clock in the morning. They opt in to build robots. They're getting accepted to some of the most competitive technical universities in our region. They're coming out of college. I've seen firsthand getting jobs in manufacturing, in the technical manufacturing, computers and other things. This bill supports that. It's good for our residents. It's good for our state, and it's what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Poulos. Appreciate hearing those comments. Further comments? Yes, Representative Harrison.
So I will make one comment that not only are our robotics teams, my colleague tells us, but our 4-H kids also have clubs and are doing robotics. So it's not just agriculture. But without any opposition, I recommend we put this on consent.
Thank you, Representative Harrison. And seeing no one opposed, so ordered. we will move on to item 11, House Bill 6675. This is an act repealing the Community Economic Development Program and Fund. This is a JFS to the floor, and I will note that it is merely a technical change that is the substitute for the purpose of preserving the number and the title. Just a footnote in the negotiation process. This is a entity that came before us, that is the Connecticut or the Community Economic Development Program and Fund, asking to have legislation moving them out from underneath the auspices of the state of Connecticut for competitive reasons, in view of the fact that the non-banking lender community has grown to the extent that there are many new entities, numbers of them from out of state, and in order for them to continue to be viable and to offer their program and keep their mission, which is for low and medium income, small business and entities in underserved areas, that it would be necessary for them to be able to grow their product offerings as well as their geographic footprint. We have not come as a committee to consensus on this item, and there was a personal situation in the midst of the negotiation which prevented the advocates from continuing our work. And so this bill with a technical change will allow for the continuation of this subject matter, not surmising where we will end up, but just that it gives us the time to do what unfortunately we couldn't do because one of the individuals actually had death in the family right in the middle of the negotiations. So with that explanation, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Representative Harris. And a second? Thank you, Representative Garbutt. So moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Representative Harris.
So I know we were negotiating this, and I know the title of the bill is not what we're working on because of the JFS language. But just for clarification, is this going to continue to be tethered into the state of Connecticut, or are they going to expand outside of that?
So I've been in conversations with your fellow ranking senator on this. So to start with, I think we were at a no-go situation with the proposed language that came before us in testimony, to refresh your minds. So what we decided judiciously the best thing to do would be make technical corrections to the existing statute. If we don't reach agreement on the existing statute, those technical changes will leave the statute virtually unchanged from current. The intent in the discussions, and this will be negotiated, so I don't want to tell you, I won't show my hand. I don't have a hand. I guess our body, our Commerce Committee, will make the decisions, and the concerns will be that the lending principally is done within the state of Connecticut or exclusively. That will be a potential negotiating point. The second point is expansion of the economic activity of the entity to the extent that its mission is not adversely impacted. If they need some leeway to grow, I'd prefer that all of it was in the state of Connecticut. If they need a leeway to grow 5% outside the state, I don't know. We'll all have to sit down and everyone will either yell at me or agree on that. So we'll have to get there. But we have oversight of this entity. It does good work. I represent that, or I recognize that. And the full intent is to keep them anchored in my state doing their work. The same way I went through SHPRO and I want to develop the state, these people are designed to develop the state. I don't think we funded them with the idea they were going to develop any other part of the country. I'm not a multi-state financing arm. So if they need to do something, they've got capital elsewhere, we can have a conversation about taking some of that capital somewhere. But the intent is that the state of Connecticut benefits continuously from their operations.
Thank you for the clarification. And I think without opposition, oh, sorry. Looks like
Representative Harrison, thank you for your comments. And yes, Rep. Bale.
Yeah, just a brief comment. So we still have complete control because that was concerned with the underlying bill. So even though this is a work in progress, I agree with what's in front of me right now. So if that changes, we'll address that when we get there on the House floor or wherever that. That's a House bill. So I'll deal with it then. But as it's written right now with this JFS language, I will be supporting it moving out of committee. So if we want to put it on the consent agenda, that's fine with me.
Thank you, Rep. Bale.
And rest assured, knowing that you'll be sitting across the aisle from me when this comes, I will definitely make sure we're in an agreement. Since I don't own a helmet, I appreciate.
Maybe we ought to get you one. So yes, Representative Harrison.
without opposition, I recommend we put this on a consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative Harrison, and seeing no objections, so ordered. That will be added to our consent calendar, number 11. Moving on to number 12, we are, this is House Bill 6596, an act concerning Connecticut Innovations Incorporated and private equity. This is a straight JF to the floor, and this is the infamous placeholder. And so with that, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Representative Mesker. And is there a second? Thank you, Representative Garvey. Is there discussion? Representative Vale.
I'd ask for a roll call vote, please.
And one will be ordered. Thank you, sir. Is there additional discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
House Bill 6596, an act concerning Connecticut Innovations Incorporated and private equity investment, JF to floor. Hartley,
Yes.
Meskers,
Meskers, yes.
Rahman, Senator Rahman, Pazino,
Yes.
Martin, Harrison,
No.
Senator Martin, can you please unmute and repeat your vote?
Yes.
Representative Anderson,
Rep. Anderson votes no.
Aniskovich, Borer,
Representative Borer votes yes.
Cheeseman, Representative Cheeseman, Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Figueroa,
Representative Figueroa votes yes.
Garibay,
Garibay, yes.
G,
Representative G votes yes.
Hockedal,
Senator Hockedal votes yes.
Leeper,
Representative Leeper votes yes.
McGorty,
Representative McGorty votes yes.
Miller, Senator Miller, Needleman, Senator Needleman, Poulos,
Yes.
Rochelle, Representative Rochelle, Summers,
Summers votes yes.
Vale,
No.
Wood, Representative Wood,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me, Madam Clerk. We move on to item number 13, which is Senate Bill 1092. This is an act concerning the acquisition and conveyance of certain properties by Connecticut brownfield land banks. So this is a JFS to the floor, and we heard testimony. Initially, this was regarding the renovation and remediation of what is known as the Kinneytown Dam, a 200-year-old dam on the Naugatuck River, which was being decommissioned and hoping to revitalize because it is such a large and pervasive project. The concern was what municipality wanted to take it on. It turns out that the Council of Governments were both, this is the Naugatuck Valley Council of Governments, was best equipped to take on the project. And in the discussion with the Brownfields Working Group, it came to light that councils of government could not avail themselves to the toolkit that we have stood up in the state of Connecticut for the renovation of brownfields, such as the municipalities can. And so the substitute language allows councils of government to enter into land banking agreements and to stand up land banking agreements, being able to access all of the tools under our brownfields toolkit for the renovation, remediation of property, just as a municipality would. And with that explanation, I would ask for a motion. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Representative Harrison. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Thank you. Duly seconded. Appreciate that. A discussion. Yes, Representative Vale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the testimony and in the public hearing, CCM, which represents 168 of our 169 towns, I think Vernon is the exception, but they had testified that they would ask the language be amended to include that the consent of the host municipality, to get consent of the host municipality before any agreement between the land bank and the regional council of government would be entered into. Is that language in the I didn't see it in the FSS language.
Yes, Representative Vale. And by the way, that's interesting. Vernon's not part of CCM. Interesting. And you are right. No, that language is not in the substitute that is before us today. In conversations between the Brownfields Working Group and CCM, they came to terms that, in fact, it wasn't necessary, recognizing the fact that all towns and now Vernon is the only one, the outlier, are members of the councils of government, and therein would be parties to, if they were hosting, to be able to weigh in on the convening of a land bank for a COG. So they felt like they were there at the table, and that satisfied them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Comments from members? Yes, Representative Harrison.
So can we continue to work on this and reach out beyond CCM to be assured that the municipalities feel that they won't be excluded from being the host? I think that we'd probably like to have that assurance.
Yeah, duly noted, Representative Harrison, and we can certainly continue to have that conversation to have further clarity in the event that we need that articulated specifically in our substitute as we go onto the floor, we can certainly do that. I would like to, of course, bring in the Brownfields Working Group with also the CCM folks. We'll flush it out further. Thank you. And did Senator Martin have his hand up? No. Oh, okay. All right. Further discussion. Seeing none, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Senate Bill 1092, an act concerning the acquisition and conveyance of certain properties by Connecticut Brownfield Land Banks. JFS to floor, LCO number 5803. Hartley,
In the affirmative.
Meskers,
In the affirmative.
Rahman, Senator Rahman, Pazino,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Harrison,
Yes.
Anderson,
Rep. Anderson votes yes.
Aniskovich,
Yes.
Borer,
Representative Borer votes yes.
Cheeseman, Representative Cheeseman, Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Figueroa,
Yes.
Garabay,
Garabay, yes.
G,
Representative G votes yes.
Huckadell,
Senator Huckadell votes yes.
Leeper,
Representative Leeper votes yes.
McGorty,
Representative McGorty votes yes.
Miller, Senator Miller, Needleman, Senator Needleman, Poulos,
Yes.
Rochelle, Rep. Rochelle, Summers,
Summers votes yes.
Vale,
No.
Wood, Representative Wood. Done.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to item number 14, SB 1091. This is an act concerning certain business reporting requirements. This is a JF to the floor. You will recall that we had extensive testimony written as well as before the committee. This speaks to a change that was implemented in the 2001 budget implementer, which required employers on their quarterly wage reports to go from reporting 3 data points, which is the conventional reporting for the unemployment, state's unemployment laws, to 15 data points, many of which are impossible, if not difficult, if not impossible for an employer to get. Their, as we understood it, their HR systems and their employment reporting processes do not allow for this amount of data, which would then translate into massive expenses for them having to reconfigure their reporting processes. Furthermore, there was commentary that this may in fact be in conflict with some of the existing U.S. Department of Labor regulations. So with that explanation, this is a repeal of that. So we just go back to business as usual, reporting 3 data points as opposed to the 15. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Representative Harrison, and a second. Thank you, Representative Garabay. Discussion. Seeing none. Yes, Representative Harrison.
Without objection, I recommend we put this on a consent calendar.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Item 14 to the consent calendar, and bless you, sir. We now move on to item 15 in our agenda today, and that is Senate Bill 1089, an act concerning the expansion of apprenticeship training opportunities. This was a concept that came to us from the CBIA with respect to staying current with workforce demands, as especially in the area of technology, which is moving so fastly, and which there is such unmet demand for workforce. This requires the Office of Workforce Strategy to develop a workforce training and experiential learning program to ensure training access for careers in Metatronics, cybersecurity, 3D printing, Internet of Things, and the Charter Global Management Accounting. I will entertain a motion. Thank you, Representative Meskers. Is there a second? Thank you, Representative Garve. Is there discussion? Oh, yes, Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my own concern, I think this is a great idea. I think, developing our workforce is, I think, on top of every legislator's mind. And my concern is because of the Office of Workforce Strategy is relatively new. I know that she and many, she had her council that came up with their plan, and she's in the process of executing that plan. And my gut feeling is just saying that this might be a little bit premature. She is just starting to execute her, what the council has asked her to do. And I just feel that if we start adding another, training program here, various training programs, we're growing pretty quickly. I don't know if they can handle it. So that's my biggest concern about this. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Senator Martin. So well appreciated, and I do understand your comments. I will note that this just it doesn't require standing up the program, but just to work on the program and how it would roll out and present a report back to the committees of cognizance on such a program. Having done the work that we have done in this committee, most recently on I-4.0, we recognize the urgency and how fast the sector is moving with regard to technology. And quite frankly, the careers, it has been reported to us that a mechatronics technician can be making even more now than an engineer, and a mechatronics technician is not a job category, for example, that you need the credentials or the educational time that you do on engineering. But once again, as things move so rapidly, it was the business CBIA's feeling that we needed to, quite frankly, update our training and apprenticeship programs. And while this is not being, and that's what the S languages stood up as an apprenticeship, because there are different criteria for that. This is trying to put in place training and experiential learning opportunities, develop that bench. That once again, that's what Connecticut is about. We don't have the climate, we don't have the other West Coast kind of allure, although these days maybe you don't want to be out there. But what we do have and what we are recognized for internationally as well as nationally is our skilled workforce. This is all about continuing that distinction for the state of Connecticut. Thank you. Further comments?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I agree with what you're saying, and I am going to vote yes on this, but I just wanted to make a point of us to be cognizant of the fact that this is a relatively new agency, and I wouldn't want to overburden them with not only this committee's request, but others as well.
Duly noted and appreciated. Thank you, Senator Martin. Further comments? Representative Harrison.
So I agree with Senator Martin's comments, and it's not that I disagree with this comment or concept, but I just want to know that I will be voting no just to flag it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Harrison, further comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 1089, an act concerning the expansion of apprenticeship training opportunities, JFS to floor, LCO number 5966. Hartley,
In the affirmative.
Meskers,
In the affirmative.
Rahman, Senator Rahman, Pazino,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Harrison,
No.
Anderson,
Rep. Anderson votes no.
Aniskovich,
No.
Borer,
Representative Bohr votes yes.
Cheeseman, Representative Cheeseman, Curry, Representative Curry, Figueroa, Garabay,
Garabay, yes.
G,
Representative G votes yes.
Huckadell,
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Leeper,
Representative Leeper votes yes.
McGorty,
Representative McGorty votes no.
Miller, Senator Miller, Needleman, Senator Needleman, Poulos,
Representative Poulos votes yes.
Rochelle, Representative Rochelle, Summers, Senator Summers, Vale,
No.
Wood, Representative Wood,
Thank you. I was just checking the weather.
No.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will proceed to item 16 on our calendar, Senate Bill 949, an act concerning economic development and small business. This is a JF to the floor by way of explanation. This is a placeholder, duly noted, and I will entertain a motion. I don't think. We need a motion. We need a motion. So moved. So moved. And we have a motion and a second.
Second.
A second. Okay. For the record, that was not Representative Vale. Okay. Okay. And so is there discussion? Will the clerk kindly call the roll?
Senate Bill 949, an act concerning economic development and small business, JF to floor, Hartley,
In the affirmative.
Meskers, Rahman, Senator Rahman, Pazino,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Harrison,
No to flag it.
Anderson,
Rep. Anderson votes no.
Anaskevich,
No.
Borer,
Representative Gore votes yes.
Cheeseman, Representative Cheeseman, Curry, Representative Curry, Figueroa,
Yes.
Garabay,
Garabay, yes.
G,
Representative G votes yes.
Huckadell,
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Leeper, Representative Leeper,
Representative Leeper votes yes.
McGorty,
Representative McGorty votes no.
Miller, Senator Miller, Needleman, Senator Needleman, Poulos,
Yes.
Rochelle,
Representative Rochelle votes yes.
Summers. Hold on 1 second. She must have been bumped out. She's back in. Hold on. Let's get her vote. Senator Summers,
I'm sorry, I'm going between meetings. What item was this, please? And the title?
Senate Bill 949, item 16 on the agenda, an act concerning economic development and small business, JF to floor.
Summers votes yes.
Vale,
No.
Wood, Representative Wood,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to item 17. This is Senate Bill 660, an act establishing a task force to study the feasibility of developing a multimodal transportation center in the towns of Stonington and Groton. This is a JF to the floor. This is a task force to be stood up to continue the work of a previous report from the towns of Stonington and Groton to address the traffic congestion that continues to escalate in that area, alleviating parking and traffic pressures in Mystic with a focus on green transportation. This committee viewed this through the lens of tourism and helping to continue to support one of our very recognized tourist destinations. And with that, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Senator Summers and seconded. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Representative Harrison. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Yes, Senator Summers, you have the floor, madam.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to thank the committee for raising this bill. This is a very important bill for not only just Stonington and Groton, but all of southeastern Connecticut, with the overwhelming amount of traffic that we receive every year, being one of the #1 tourist destinations and nowhere, honestly, for people to park. We are dealing with 18th century village roads. And unfortunately, for all the people that do come visit, there are so many that just leave out of frustration. And our goal is to obviously be able to move people around in a different way, having them be captured by this area and then hopefully promote them out to other parts of the state of Connecticut for other tourism opportunities where they can spend dollars in our state and help increase economic prowess and activity throughout all of the state of Connecticut. So I just wanted to put that on the record that I'm very thankful for the committee for raising this bill.
Well, thank you, Senator Summers, and thank you for bringing this to us. We look forward to the work of the task force and ultimately addressing this issue at large. Yes, Representative Muscat.
I would just remind Senator Summers, I'm still waiting for my invitation to Mystic. But in all seriousness, on a note on what we're talking about here is economic development of the state and the economic activity is captured principally in the sales tax revenue and income tax of the people who work in those regions. Those are resources that end up in Hartford. So at the local level, we administer our revenue or expend the revenue that comes through the mill rate in terms of economic development. So the bottleneck in places that are seeing increased economic activity, we at the state have to look as to how we can foster, support, and grow that economy. And that's not just helping capture the money in that part of the state. It's helping all of us grow the economic pie of the state, which is more people paying taxes, not more taxes. And so I'm firmly supportive of the study because I think we have to figure out what the needs are. I think we have to be able to support those needs. I don't want people driving over the border or driving to Rhode Island for lunch because they can't get into Mystic or anywhere nearby. I need to make sure that the economic development of the state is secured. And I thank you for the advocacy. You were heard, so I appreciate it.
Representative Meskers, further comments? Representative Harrison.
Without opposition, I think we can put this on a consent calendar.
And seeing none, so ordered, Madam. So that will be added to our consent calendar, which brings us to our item 18, final item on today's agenda. This is Senate Bill 869, an act concerning additional career training opportunities offered by the Office of Workforce Strategy. This comes to us from Senator Maroney, who has been in discussion and working with Office of Workforce Strategy, who is in support of this bill. What it will require is for OWS to identify and report back to us in committees of cognizance any additional training opportunities that we could include in what we've already established known as the Connecticut Career Accelerator Program. That program currently is the vehicle which is going to be standing up the training for our CDL, our commercial driver's licenses. And it is about, I think, to go live. But the commissioner herself recognizes the fact that there are other training credentials which are at the most a year in training that could also be included in the Career Accelerator Program and help to meet our in-demand careers. With that explanation, I will entertain a motion. Thank you, Representative Garvey. And is there a second?
Second.
Yes, thank you, Representative Meskers. Moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing none.
I have my hand up online.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I couldn't see that. Yes, go ahead, Representative Rochelle.
Thank you. I think this is a very important bill. I do want to add that we need to make sure that for all of these types of reporting bills for the Office of Workforce Strategy, that reports are also sent to the Higher Education Employment Advancement Committee as well. You know, in the bills that are being crafted and on the Higher Ed and Employment Advancement Committee, they are looking to include language and make sure that Commerce is CC'd as well, so that we are having the same information and working in tandem on these.
So thank you, Representative Rochelle. So I'm just trying to look here at the language really quickly that they're going to report back to, yes, we've got it. Commerce, education, finance, and revenue. So we're covered.
Education or higher ed?
Education and higher ed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Rochelle. Duly noted. Important point. Further comments? Yes, Representative Harrison.
I think we have the same, or I have the same concerns that we had on the last bill for OWS, that their plate is full. They're trying to get going. A lot of these requests are already being handled on other places. And I wonder if this is a little premature and until they do get their feet on the ground.
And is that a question, Madam?
No, I'm sorry, just a comment.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of the reason why I'm, not going to be able to support it at this time. While I do think that we do need to look into training and more career opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. And yes, your points are duly noted. I will once again reiterate that the commissioner is in support of this. It really is not an extensive study. It's basically working with, I'm assuming the Governor's Workforce Strategy Board, to identify what other training regiments exist that are, within the term of 1 year that could fit under this umbrella. Because right now there is an entire accelerator program, the Connecticut Career Accelerator Program, which really only is offering one training module. But I do appreciate your perspective. Further comments from committee members? Yes, Senator Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. What is that one training module that they are currently doing?
Yeah, that is the CDL, the commercial drivers.
Only the CDL.
Yeah.
I guess, I flagged this to myself because of that same reason that I made a reference to, I think it was 1089, the expansion of the apprenticeship training opportunities. And I thought that the Office of Workforce Strategy really wasn't on board for that. And I'm surprised that she's on board for this, though. Do you know why that she may be opposed to one and then okay with another one?
Well, thank you for your question, Senator Martin. So it was in yesterday's Conservation and Development Appropriations Subcommittee meeting where Dr. Valeries was before us, and the question was put to her. She actually was talking about an expansion on the Career Accelerator Program. And she did indicate that she had been in discussions and working with Senator Maroney, who was the initial sponsor of the bill, and that she was supportive of it. And that was yesterday on the record in the Appropriations Subcommittee.
Okay, thank you. I know it's, that information comes out and the rest of us don't hear about it unless we ask. Okay, all right, I guess I'm going to vote no. I'm going to have I'd like to have a discussion with her about this, but also as well as 1089 as well. And I'd like to have some more clarity as to why it's a no on one and yes on another one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you. Further comments and questions? Seeing no hands raised or members, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Senate Bill 869, an act concerning additional career training opportunities offered by the Office of Workforce Strategy. JF to floor. Hartley.
Yes.
Meskers.
Yes.
Rahman. Senator Rahman. Pazino.
Yes.
Martin.
No.
Harrison.
No.
Anderson.
Rep. Anderson votes no.
Aniskovic.
No.
Borer.
Representative Borer votes yes.
Cheeseman. Representative Cheeseman. Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Figueroa.
Yes.
Garabay.
Garabay, yes.
G.
Representative G votes yes.
Huckadell.
Senator Hockedel votes yes.
Leaper,
Representative Leeper votes yes.
McGorty,
Representative McGorty votes no.
Miller. Excuse me, Senator Miller, can you repeat yourself? Nobody said, there was nothing. Senator Needleman. Senator Needleman. Representative Poulos,
Representative Poulos votes yes.
Representative Rochelle,
Representative Rochelle votes yes.
Summers,
Summers votes no.
Vale,
Yes.
Wood. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And as you know, we are keeping the votes open, but we will proceed now to our consent calendar. And if the clerk could kindly read off the consent items before we open up the machine to vote.
Senate Bill 849, an act concerning the Learn Here, Live Here program, JF to floor. Senate Bill 1090, an act addressing the recreational workforce shortage, JFS to floor, LCO number 5983. HB 6595, an act concerning the Department of Economic and Community Development and Arts, Culture, and Tourism issues, JFS to floor, LCO number 5985. House Bill 6597, an act concerning the Department of Economic and Community Development and Infrastructure Improvement, JFS to floor, LCO number 5899. House Bill 6754, an act concerning incentives to increase employment of individuals with intellectual disabilities, JF to floor. House Bill 6756, an act concerning the State Historic Preservation Officer, JF to floor. House Bill 6755, an act establishing an Advanced Manufacturing Education Center Advisory Group, JFS to floor, LCO number 6007. House Bill 6675, an act repealing the Community Economic Development Program and Fund, JFS to floor, LCO 6011. Senate Bill 1091, an act concerning certain business reporting requirements, JF to floor. Senate Bill 660, an act establishing a task force to study the feasibility of developing a multimodal transportation center in the towns of Stonington and Groton, JF to floor. Hartley,
In the affirmative.
Meskers,
Meskers in the affirmative.
Rahman, Senator Rahman, Fazino,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Harrison,
Yes.
Anderson,
Rep. Anderson votes yes.
Aniskovich,
Yes.
Borer,
Representative Boer votes yes.
Cheeseman,
Representative Cheeseman votes yes.
Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Figueroa,
Representative Figueroa vote yes.
Garabay,
Garabay, yes.
G,
Representative G votes yes.
Huckadell,
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Leaper,
Representative Leeper votes yes.
McGorty,
Representative McGorty votes yes.
Miller, Senator Miller, Needleman, Senator Needleman, Poulos,
Yes.
Rochelle,
Rep. Rochelle votes yes.
Summers,
Summers votes yes.
Vale,
Yes.
Wood, Representative Wood.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we will be keeping the votes open until 4 o'clock today. We will be standing in recess until that time. I would like to note with regard to announcements that we will be convening at a time to be determined with our colleagues in Appropriations and Finance to have the Department of Economic and Community Development present their annual report to us. We will also entertain for the purposes of the Commerce Committee, maybe bringing the department, well, I'm not sure we're calling them a department yet because it hasn't been adopted in this year's budget, but OWS, the Office of Workforce Strategy, before us to just have them do some summarization and reporting as to where they are in their programs. And with that, I would like to, I would like to first of all, recognize the incredible work of all of the members of the Commerce Committee, none of whom would be here, quite frankly, without our team. And I want to hats off to Trish Kramer, who got dropped into the deep end of the pool pretty quickly, but she's swimming pretty good now. And also to our intern, Colin DeClure, great job. Our overseer and guardian angel, Rhonda Carroll, and of course, our none other than KB, Kirsten Briner, who's, the technology whiz. And of course, our incredible staff here who have been working around the clock to bring us to today. And that is none other than our counsel. You always need a good lawyer, and Pat Deegan has filled those shoes very well, along with our OLR team, our returning member, Sean McGann, who knows commerce well and helps to keep things moving, along with our newest addition is Sarah Lesser, who was great in coming on this session. And of course, our seasoned sage, the lady who knows where all the money is Evelyn Walensky Arnold. I never get that right. Is that right? No, that's not right. But to you, to the Commerce team, you get us to where we are, and we are ever indebted to you and your dedication and your attention to detail, keeping us on track and getting us back on the rails. Yes, and so to my co-chair.
Yeah, I'd just like to repeat the words of thanks for people who took many of my phone calls and dealt with my issues. A special shout out as well to Zoe Gluck, who basically walked me through my issues in terms of the committee and the framework and format to do things. Special thank you to her. I would like to mention as well, where my co-chair wasn't remiss but left out, I'm looking in the next month to two to do a Zoom, which I think we've discussed, at least in the steering, maybe not in committee, of the economic development officers in the state. I think we've sent out emails to you all. We're looking to get a working group together, and we'll depend on how often we do that. The idea and the precept is to get the economic development officers active in the state and the various regions to explore from the legislative point of view, legislation for next year and what we may need to see done, because basically in many ways we work as an arm of DECD and a lot of our business comes from them in various agencies. I'd like us to be in the forefront of what we think as a legislature needs to be done. So I'll be looking for all of your help and feedback on that. And I'll be working with our clerk and various members to get that forum done in the next 2 months.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. Representative Martin. We can't hear you. I don't think your mic is on. Henry.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We began a few months ago, and the first things that you spoke of was this committee was a bipartisan committee, and the work that we do was to assist in our overall state's economic development. And I can't say enough that this committee, the leadership, you and Representative Mesker have definitely done that. You've made sure that it was a bipartisan, in particular in the screening aspect of this, but also in the bills that we brought forth. Senator Mesker, you have brought a lot to the table here regarding your focus. It's like almost like laser sharp regarding what your mission, personal mission is, and making sure what we do is all state economic development focus. So I really want to thank the both of you for doing that. As well as you, the wonderful work. I want to thank those that provided us their skills in each of their positions, starting from Trish and Colin, Rhonda, Sean, Sarah, is it Kirsten, I believe, Pat, Evelyn, and also if I forgot somebody, please forgive me. But I also want to say a huge thank you to Avery and to Ben from our caucuses, the Republican Senate and House. They were phenomenal and in the sort of a backup role for us. So thank you to each and every single one of you.
Thank you, Representative Martin and Senator Martin and Representative Harrison.
So I'd like to thank all the members of the committee. This equally, as Representative Mesker's, was my first time on this committee. And I can't say enough about the guidance that we got from both of the two senators. And I think the best part was, while in some cases we agreed to disagree, all of us, our focus is to make sure that we have a better business climate, that we have a workforce, and we're all headed in that direction. And I thank all the work. I equally echo from our side, thanks to Ben and to Avery and for their insight and things that they were able to help us, and to our entire LCO staff who's over there. And Trish, right? You had to learn to swim fast. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to all of the people on the committee. And I think we'll continue to work until we get all these bills onto the floor. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I just say one
Yes.
other thing?
Yep, please.
I completely forgot my ranking member. Cindy, thank you so much for picking up the ball, particularly when I have to be out at another meeting or various meetings. And you were great to work with. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Martin. And I am remiss in not also in the lineup, also recognizing my LA, Ashley Lamb, new to the building, but also having caught on very quickly and being the backbench, which really makes all of this possible. And with her is my intern, a very talented young man from Trinity, that's Jacob Marcelli. And he actually was here doing some technology for us this morning. We may have had to get back to classes. So I will tell you that the weather here in Hartford appears to be raining. If you go east, it seems like it's still rain. If you go west, just make sure you're ready for the snow, because it is continuing to snow and it looks like it's coming down pretty steadily there. So safety for everybody. Enjoy this winter weather. That groundhog was right, I guess. And thanks once again all to Team Commerce. We'll be getting together if we get referrals and the like. Best votes will be open until 4. We stand in recess.
Please get on Zoom if you'd
Madam
like.
Clerk?
No worries.
Madam Clerk?
Okay, let's see if CTN is gone and. All right, we're ready to go. So we have Anderson, Rochelle, G. G, did you miss any? Let me look. Yes. Okay. One. Okay, Representative G, can you hear me? Okay,
Yes, I can.
thank you. You missed 951, an act concerning the Department of Economic and Community Development and Workforce Development Issues, LCO 5972.
I vote yes.
Is your mic on?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, I'm not hearing you. Hold on one second. Okay,
Is that better?
better. It was
Okay,
me.
good. Yes, I vote yes.
Perfect. And I have you for everything else.
Okay. Thank
You're
you
good.
very much.
Thank you. Thank
Pleasure
you.
working with you.
Thank you, you too. Anybody here who left to miss the consent calendar? Do we have Senator Miller? Do we have Senator Needleman? Do we have Representative Wood? Or Senator Rahman? Okay. So. Voting. Rep. Rochelle, okay. Have Rochelle. All right, I'm just gonna try and not double up on any of the votes, but it might be too much organization for me right now. All right. Rep. Rochelle, you ready? Representative Rochelle? Okay, Anderson. Rep. Anderson, are you still here?
Yes, Madam Clerk, I'd like to, if it's allowed, I'd like to correct one of my votes.
Okay, go ahead.
Item two,
Yeah.
item two, Senate Bill 950, I'd like to change to a no.
Okay, we have Anderson on Senate Bill 950, changing from a yes. I am Xing this out. I am putting my initials and I'm changing your vote to a no on Senate Bill 950.
Thank you very much.
Okay, is that the only one? That's it?
Yes,
Awesome. Have a great day. Thank you.
you too. Thank you for everything.
You're welcome. Rep. Rochelle, you ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Okay, let's do this. All right, we've got, you were here for consent, right?
I was here for consent.
Good. All right, so Senate Bill 950, an act concerning manufacturing workforce shortages and training. Do you have the floor?
Yes.
Senate Bill 951, an act concerning the Department of
Yes,
Economic.
I'm looking at the list right in front of me. So as you say them, I can do them.
Okay, so item 3 is a yes.
Yes.
All right, I've got you for item 7. Okay, item 12.
Yes.
Yes. This is so much easier. Okay, Rochelle, item 13.
Yes.
Item 15.
Yes.
I have you for 16 and I have you for 18. You're all voted up. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day. Yeah, I'm on it for the rest of the afternoon. But you want to get in the car. I do, because I'm heading into the storm. Me too. You are too. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna keep it open on my phone. I'm gonna get home and open it on my computer.
You can keep it up on the phone.
I'm gonna keep it open on the phone, but if anybody calls a vote, I'm gonna say, please call back when I'm not driving. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes. If you could give me 1 minute. I just need to get to my desk to take out the paperwork. I just didn't want you to think that I didn't see you there. I was in the elevator.
As you are.
Hold on 1 second.
Sure. You walking like behind, look like the White House. White House lobby.
All right. As soon as I sit down, I can take out my paperwork and get you all on the record. The meeting just ended, so I'm just getting back.
Oh, okay, that's why. Don't.
Which one you look at? This one I'm telling you. Okay. Do you have the agenda? Do you have a copy of the agenda? Yeah.
Are you talking with me?
Do you have a copy of the agenda?
Agenda? Yeah. I have.
Okay, we can go off the agenda item numbers. if
So
you'd
I
like.
think I boarded all the 6, and then I had to jump in another meeting. 2 meeting actually I done.
Okay, I
After
have you here. I have you here. I have you here. Okay, item number 12.
Item number 12. Yes,
Bill 6596.
12 is 6675. 13 is 6596.
Item number 12 on the agenda.
Right, 6675. Am I right?
Nope. Item number 12 on the agenda is 6596.
In here, I see the 6596 is 13.
Oh, no, that's, I amended the agenda. That one of the bills came out. All right. So
Okay,
we only have 18 bills to vote on. Your agenda probably has 19, correct?
right.
That's the old agenda, but that's okay. Perfectly fine. You
Okay.
don't have many left to
Okay.
go.
All right, you tell me, you're the boss now.
House Bill 6596, an act concerning Connecticut Innovations Incorporated in Private Equity Investment, JF to floor.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. So I think on yours would be item 13.
So
No.
what are my chair? My chair support this bill?
Senator Hartley voted yes. Representative.
Okay, then,
yes.
you know, she was, Senator Raman vote yes.
Bill number 1092.
1096.
1092. Senate Bill-
1092.
Yes.
The inconvenience of the certain Connecticut banks propose action. Okay, so that's JF to floor, and Senator Hurley, she also support this bill, I believe.
Yes. And the LC number is 5803, which I believe you have.
5830. Okay, so Senator Raman vote yes.
Thank you. Okay. Senate Bill 1089. An act
1089.
Expansion of apprenticeship training programs.
Any opportunity to process. Oh yeah, that's definitely. Senator Raman vote yes.
Okay, Raman, bill number 949. Senate Bill, an act concerning economic development and small businesses.
Oh my God, that's a yes. Because I'm business guy.
Senate Bill 869, an act concerning additional career training opportunities offered by the Office of Workforce Strategy.
Absolutely, yes. Senator Raman vote yes.
Okay, so the rest of everything else went to a consent calendar. Are you ready?
Other than everything goes consent calendar, you say?
Everything else is on consent calendar. We have an act concerning the Learn Here, Live Here program, that's 849. We have 1090 went to consent calendar, an act addressing the recreational workforce shortage. HB 6595, an act concerning the Department of Economic and Community Development and Arts, Culture and Tourism issue. That was a JFS to floor. The LCO language is 5985. House Bill 6597, that was an act concerning the Department of Economic and Community Development and Infrastructure Improvement. JFS to floor, LCO 5899. HB 6754, an act concerning incentives to increase employment of individuals with intellectual disabilities, JF to floor. HB 6756 went to consent calendar, an act concerning the state historic preservation officer, that went to the floor. An act establishing an advanced manufacturing education center advisory group, JFS to floor, LCO number 6007. HB 6675, an act repealing the Community Economic Development Program and Fund, JFS to floor, LCO 6011. SB 1091, an act concerning certain business reporting requirements, that one went to the floor. An act establishing a task force, this is Senate Bill 0660, an act establishing a task force to study the feasibility of developing a multimodal transportation center in the towns of Stonington and Groton.
Okay.
That consent calendar, how vote you?
Senator Rahman vote yes, in moving to the consent calendar. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a great time. Stay safe.
You too. Thank you so very much.
You're very welcome. Bye.
Crazy, you know?
Yeah, but at least we're done.
Hi, Patricia.
Hi, Patricia.
How are you?
I'm great. And I'm so happy you're here to vote because I wanted to get out of this building.
Yes, I'm here
To
to
miss
vote.
the storm.
Oh, okay.
Let me just see if somebody else is in the waiting room. Nope. Okay. We'll do consent calendar first and get that.
Okay.
right away. Do you have the updated agenda with only 18 items on it?
Well, I see that. I have it.
Good. Okay. As long as you don't have the 19 one, because that'll mess us up.
Okay.
All right. So on the consent calendar went item 1, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9.
Hold on. Oh, hold on. I did 8, 9,
10,
10,
11, 14, and 17 on consent.
okay. All right, I vote yes.
Yes, on consent calendar for Senator Miller. Okay, and then for the individual votes, here we go. Senate Bill 950, item number 2,
I think I voted on that.
Miller. Yep, you're here. Hold on. Let me get to what they got.
And 3, check 3 as well. 951.
7, item 7, House Bill 6661, that's the governor's bill.
I vote yes.
Senator Miller votes yes. Miller on House Bill 6596, item 12 on the agenda, an act concerning Connecticut Innovations Incorporated and private equity investment. This JF to the floor. I'll vote you.
I vote yes.
Senator Miller votes yes. Item 13 on the agenda, SB 1092, an act concerning the acquisition and conveyance of certain properties by Connecticut Brownfields Land Banks. JFS
Yes.
LCO language 5803. Senator Miller votes yes.
Which one was that? Hold on.
Okay. Item 13 on the agenda.
Yep, okay, yes.
That's the Brownfield.
Yep,
Item 15 on the agenda, SB 1089, JFS to floor, LCO number 5966, an act concerning the expansion of apprenticeship training opportunities.
yes.
So you would. Item 16 on the agenda, SB 949, an act concerning economic development and small businesses, JFS to floor, how about you?
Yes.
Yes. SB 00869, item 18, last but not least on the agenda, an act concerning additional career training opportunities offered by the Office of Workforce Strategy, OWS, JF to floor.
Yes.
Yes, Senator, thank you so much for everything.
Thank you, and stay
Appreciate
safe.
it.
Thanks for hanging around.
No worries, thanks. Bye.
Check your attendance.
Hello, wonderful. You're yes on all three?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much.
Okay, we've got item 2, SB 950, Senator Summers, yay.
Yep.
We have item number 3, SB 951, Senator Summers, yay. And then you were there for that one. You were there for that one. You were there for that one. Bill number Senate Bill 1089, JFS the floor, LCO 5966, Senator Summers is a yay.
Yes.
And I have you on everything else.
All right. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.